Hi Zella, welcome. How's it going? Right. Glad you could make it on this Friday night. One more thing to send out. Yes. Yeah, I'm doing not too bad. Sneeze coming on. It's gonna do the thing where once I have my hands free, it's gone. Hi Dark Fantastico. Welcome. Thank you for lurking, even if you're not up to talking today. It's good to have you here. You do? King's Quest playlist has been cancelled. It's Gabriel Knight playlist all the way now. Yeah. It's good songs. I really love the music from the Gabriel Knight games. So it's not like I'm... I wouldn't consider it second best to the Games Quest playlist. Mostly, I was concerned if I played it too much I'd get sick of it. Oh, Gabriel can't come to the phone right now. He's allowed. I mean, he's out. Truly is fantastic. You know, I don't know you, but you can do better. Did I brew my coffee wrong? It tastes watery today. Well, hopefully it's still enough to give me the pep I need. Grace is the best. Even when in 2, where she really flies off the handle, it's slightly tarnished as her bestness, but overall still the best. You know, I was trying to figure out why the sound is different, and I think it's just okay. I had to replace the cups on my headphones, or the cushions rather, and I think it sounds different because they're like new and they're like keeping the sound in a bit better. And my headphone battery just died. You saw the Grey's actress from Gabriel Knight 2 in a 90s show recently? Oh, yeah, she didn't have that many roles, unfortunately. I feel like... I don't know. I'm not a good judge of good acting. There were definitely some scenes in 2 that were maybe, I don't know. But overall, I don't know. It's good. Give her more roles. It was an episode in Babylon 5. Ah, that's cool. I have a friend who's really wants me to watch that, and it's not like I'm not interested. It's, you know, it's the kind of thing that I would like. I was just, man, so hard to get into new things lately. And like, it was a fairly long-running series, I think. Wasn't it? Point is, it's a time commitment. Alright, let's get this plugged in and ready to go. Apparently she's not easy to get a hold of these days because I think they were trying to get her for to interview her for Conversations with Curtis. Come on, there we go. Yeah, 5 seasons. That's not a small time commitment. Even if it is an excellent show, as I've heard. Pardon. I had this this ready-made dinner today, and it comes in like little packets, serving sizes, and the servings are just the wrong size. That 3 packets is too much, but 2 is not quite enough. So I tried to like top it up with an apple because I just needed something that I could grab quick, and unfortunately apples tend to make me burp. Excuse me. You're not much of a binge watcher either, only at the beginning of season 5 and you started a year ago. That's still, that's a respectable pace though. I do sometimes, like, the thing is that, I'll be like, okay, I have time now. I can watch the thing, and then I'll, like, watch, a season in a week or something. Well, it depends. Like, well, those older shows will have, like, 20-something episodes, right? That's more than I can watch in a week. But, let's get to here. But something like, you know, these Netflix shows tend to have like 8 to 10 episodes. That's something I could do in a week. Sound. I think I had it here. Okay. Yeah, 23 episodes a season. That's pretty standard for network TV. I had a very successful grind fest this week. I focused mostly on MP and HP for Leela, but I'm trying to see the magic stat. That one is an expensive stat to grind because you have to drain everyone's MP and then at this point pay thousands of, like, you get into a battle, drain everyone's MP, magic stat goes up 1 maybe, go to an interest, pay 4,000 gil, rinse and repeat. So I burned through all my money and then had to grind to get some money. Alright, now I remember that we got a ship, obviously because Leela, it's Leela's ship. I'm like, where did we say we were going next though? Deist. Where is that? Find an opening in the mountains. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look at the map while I read this description. Okay, so we're gonna want to go through here and then this area, I think. Okay, this island. Alright. Got it. I expect that they wanted you to just wander around until you found it, but what's this island though? Oh, I'm curious. On the one hand, I guess that's what it expects of you, but on the other hand, being in the wrong area in this game is very punishing. It's, like, even early on, I remember the first time I played it, I was like, oh, let's explore. And I walked a little too far west and got just absolutely decimated. It was brutal. How's the volume? What was I doing? I'm trying to remember what spells I was working on. Warp I got to 7. Yeah. Did I see Sarah and you deciding to leave the town and venture out into the world in Divinity Original Sin? Game volume's quiet. Yeah. It sounded quiet to me too, but I don't know why. Did something get moved? Okay, I'm gonna... I could swear I had... Let me know if it's... Because I could have sworn I had this here before, but I'm not positive. Let me know if it's okay. A little too loud now? What about now? Okay, that's good. Thunder, I think, for him as well. Yeah. Wait, this is my ship. Where are they running off to? Oh yeah, you asked me a question. There's this quest in a nearby cave, and we're strong enough, let's do it. We can use some combat for a change. And got your asses handed to us. Yeah, I saw a bit of that. Buccaneers. I like their orange get-ups. Ah, too bad Mushberry isn't here to see it. I saw the bit where you were like in that weird outside of time place. That looked cool. How much do pirates charge for corn? Are you asking? Because, wait. No, I'm not sure what. A buck an ear. Oh, yes! I get it. It was a set up for a joke. Now I get it. I think I checked out that when I played it the first time. I checked out that little island and it was a mistake. No! Puns are welcome here. Oh, that killer fish looks pissed. Combat parts are turn-based. I'm not sure because we don't currently have. Because I can't get my ship together and finish my computer build. I know this thing. Just. It'll happen. Try not to get too down on myself about it, but we don't currently have two computers that could play it, I think. I will. I just, I got real burnt out, last year trying to get everything done. Can I land anywhere, or do I need a... I don't think so. I think I have to... Oh! Apparently I can land anywhere. that's a departure. I guess before I land, I should probably check out the bestiary for the ocean, which is it listed? It is not. How nice. I'll just get into a few battles and hope I got them all and check the list later. You know, this guide, which was pretty thorough for one, is lacking in two. Because this is a single guide for the whole Dawn of Souls thing, 1 and 2. And for some reason they seem to have put a little less effort in the second guide. Can't imagine why. I can't imagine what my coffee tastes like today. Like, did I accidentally put only 1 scoop? I love how intense the Final Fantasy II fight music is. Error 404. Yes! Okay, look at that. All those 8s. Coffee sounds really good right now. It's definitely what I need right now. Thunder's getting close. Not really that close. Yeah. Like thunder. FF2 is one of your favorite fight themes, Final Fantasy fight themes. It is really good. Didn't realize I didn't check that off before. Fish. I know they're all palette swaps, but I really like how it's just a different outfit. Wait a minute. Okay, for a minute. It was right next to this guy, so I was like, wait. Was Bargain a pirate? No, he was not. Oh, I could have gotten a flame bow? I should have bought more of those. Golden arrow. I'm like, oh, I could have gotten some good shit if I'd killed all those captains. I totally could have. Alright, we'll just do another lap or two around the island and hope I got all the sea beasties. Actually, got a lot of people working on offensive magic now. I'm gonna... Let's see now. Yeah, I was just thinking about how I know this rebellion is underfunded and all that, but all these missions that they didn't exactly give us a lot of support. They're like, just go to this island. I don't care how you're gonna get a ship. Go stop this, or go blow up that Death Star thing. We're not gonna send anyone with you, and you have to pay for your own equipment. Now go. They often don't seem to provide any support, but on the other hand, the enemies often don't seem to provide any notable resistance. That's because of my fantastic amount of grinding. Heroic, even. Alright, I'm gonna call it, like, once I finish this lap, I'm going to assume I got everything. I can look over the list later. This is not the warmest cosplay. Cold. Alright, so you have a hoodie and slippers on tonight? I want something warm and cozy. Well, yeah, and pants and a top, and underwear and socks. Continue. And, yeah. good spot to... I'll go by the swamp. Over here. Come on, one more battle. I meant like halfway around the island. Battle! Thank you. Ooh, nice. Nice looking. Kind of slightly run down look, but nice. Alright, what new monsters in this region? Stalactite. Did we get that? Ogre and Ogre Mage we got. Blue Gas Shadow. I think we already did. Soldier, yes. Hilge, I guess? I'm not sure. Let's go over the list. Okay, I was thinking Icicle, so I don't think we got Stalactite. Ghoul, Gas, Shadow, yes. Oh, Helge, yeah, we did. Oh, yeah. That's why I was only slightly familiar. It is a lot bigger than the Gigases in 1. So the other one I don't think I have is Stalactite. Actually, wait, where are the ogres? I feel like... I know I fought ogres. Oh, there it is. I skipped like 3 times. I'm like, I know I fought a lot of ogres. But I was right. Just can't... Just, eyes glazed right over it. There we go. Look just like icicles, but brown. The technical difficulties I ran into before stream. This is the second time this has happened, but I found I was not able to change the audio device. Like, clicking on the audio icon on the Windows bar, completely unresponsive. I couldn't even open, like, the sound mixer or anything. Or the volume mixer. None of it. I just realized I already got all the things and I can... Oh! A mistake in the guide! It's not new, but land turtles were not listed. I will be writing to the manager. Anyway, once again, it went away with a restart, but it's... I don't know what that issue is. Like, I guess it might go away if I just restarted the, audio driver or whatever, but I don't know. Or not driver, service, that's the word I was looking for. Ooh, 2 of them. Oops, I'm gonna do this. Good thing I wore a shirt under this shirt for extra layer. We got a nice little lake. And they've got their own cave. There's a cave up here, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. That was safe. Oops. Actually, wait. I did have something I wanted to check off the list. Weakness poison. Scourge? This Scourge count as poison? It's green, but I think it's non-elemental, actually. Like, it looks like it should be poison, but it doesn't cause poison. Hello. Go away! Don't come any closer! Okay, you don't have to tell me twice. Ugh, there's no other way to go? Fine. Ugh. I'm gonna tell my mom. Okay. Good. I'd like to speak to an adult, please. I'm gonna loot their stuff. Okay. I am an excellent house guest. Sorry, the guide is getting weird on me here. I hope my son hasn't caused you any trouble. If he has, I do apologize. My husband was a dragoon. The Imperial soldiers killed him along with the rest. My son and I are the only two left. In the room behind us is the last surviving wyvern. It seems to be trying to tell us something, but I cannot speak its tongue. If we only had one of the pendants, we would be able to understand it. The cavern of the wyverns lies north of this castle. That cavern may hold one of the pendants that allows us to speak the wyvern's language. I can't learn pendants. Okay. Huh? The what now? Hello? Ah? The dragoons fought valiantly, but the Empire knows no honor. They poisoned the wyverns' water. The wyverns writhed in agony until at last their breathing stopped. Wow. With their wyverns dead, the dragoons were picked off one by the Empire. Wait, did they just use the key term? Yeah, they did. The little, like, learn a new word jingle came up, but to get this thing I had to ask about dragoons, so it's not, whatever. Wait, no. Oh, okay, I thought I asked about dragoons first. Oh, I did. They just... It's the same text! Okay. What's the big idea? You're not the bad guys. I thought the Empire had sent their soldiers after us again. Why do you sound... he sounds he's mad about it? Like, what's the big idea? Let's ask the child about the rebel base. When I grow up, I want to be a dragoon just like my dad was. The wyvern's right in there. It's sound asleep right now. My mom says it's gonna die soon, but that's not true, is it? Yes, son. I'm also gonna, like, take your stuff. What's with the empty rooms? I want treasure. I will check out the wyvern room later. I gotta loot your stuff first. It's, you understand it's for a good cause. Ooh, you went to get coffee and came back with something better. What'd you get? Hell yeah. Peppermint hazelnut English toffee hot chocolate with marshmallows and sprinkles. I want chocolate desserts things right now. I'm feeling a strong need for sweets. Oh yeah, I wanted to check out our new stuff. Wing sword, a light sword that slices through the air. Sage's wisdom, a stone that maximizes intelligence. A crystal that maximizes spirit, huh? Is there gonna be like a quest where I can use the item? Because it's grayed out. So like I can't use it. Well, the sword I can equip. One of you's working on swords. Ooh, that is a big jump. And attack power? Yes, please. Mostly you were looking for a warm, tasty beverage that didn't have tons of caffeine. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting so much great stuff. Yes, okay. Who's getting the new spells? Got my list. The side risk is that it was in clearly Christmas-themed packaging, so who knows how long it's been lurking in our house. I find that a lot of that stuff keeps pretty long. Like, it's a best before date for the most part, not an expiry date, so at worst it'll be like less than fresh, but not like spoiled. Okay, Curse is a Maria spell, and Stop I've got Guy. What else do we have here? Oh, that's right. No wonder my hand aches. I forgot to put stuff on it. It'll be fine. Okay, Stop goes to Guy, and Curse goes to Maria. Excellent. New spells. Ooh, what is that? A horn with the same effect as Basuna. Oh, that's a lot less cool than the name suggested. Thanks, I guess. I'm still stealing it, but I just want the people of this castle to know that I'm disappointed. It's alright, I suppose. It'll have to do. Burp. Yeah. What do you think about all this shit? I doubt it's even speaking. I mean, it seems to only know 2 words. What you miss, those scary Halloween-themed puzzle books that you get to keep you occupied for road trips that had mazes shaped like bats and stuff. I don't think I ever had one. That sounds fun. Teleport while Maria and Guy work on grinding their new spells. Yeah, I wonder if they even exist anymore, if you're just expected to give your kid the iPad. I was actually thinking the same thing. I'm like, do they even make stuff like that anymore? Maybe at the dollar store. Oh my god, I like it. The little Grim Reapers. That looks pretty cool too. Yeah, let's save again before we go in there. Ooh, I like it. It's dungeony but grassy. I believe on road trips we were given a dose of shut the hell up. That's what we got. used to play a lot of the alphabet game, which is where you have to find A to Z in order using broadsides and stuff. Ooh, some of those sound like they'd be tricky. What new things are in this cave? Ogre Chief nothing. Oh, you played the alphabet game too? Let's see. I think the most I ever remember doing game-wise is maybe I Spy. And of course pointing out every, like, cow or horse. The cows! You still do sometimes? There were I Spy books? I'm not sure I knew that. Road trip, and we're gonna play the alphabet game with Jamon Maniac and get her a spooky activity book. Yeah! Yes, we did. We each had a Walkman, the window, and a totally legal bed made out of luggage and blankets. Hi, Wishberry. Welcome in. What was I? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at, hold on. Coming on. Her agility is finally picking up. I really don't know what's supposed to make agility. Like, I read what it makes agility go up, but it's not making sense why hers is lagging so far behind everyone else's. Thank you, Wishberry. Shout outs all around. You did Tar Fantastico twice by mistake instead of Zella. Now you have to shout out Zella twice. Excellent. Right. Thing. I was going to do. That's what I was like. I came here to check something. Maggie keeps trying to tempt you into make her some crafting streaming. What sort of thing do you think of crafting? It's sticky again. Okay, Adamant Toys and Land Turtle. I know I've got Ogre Chief. That'll be new. Ogre Chief. Ghoul, Ghast. Revenant. Revenant is gonna be new. Gigantode. Gigantode? Gigantode. Yes, and green and yellow souls. Alright. It's a fair amount of new stuff. You do cross stitch. But you can't really stream the one you're doing because it's a surprise for Tam. Yeah. Ooh, hello. Shiny. Excuse me. But you also have these, like, dollhouse room model kits to build. And you've been too intimidated to do them, but it struck you that if you stream them, be like, chat, how do I do this? That sounds fun. Plus, you can, like, you get the kind of, the support. You should do it. Do it. Teleport. Just, yeah, just teleport. You're still thinking about it, you just think of how to set up the cameras. It's really the only big thing. Yeah, I mean, it's every, like, new thing like that's gonna probably take at least some, work configuring, but you come across the remains of a dragoon. Oh, that's what that is? Something nearby on the ground catches your eye. The little fanfare sounds so much less grand than the one in Final Fantasy 1. Like, it's still cute, but like the one in 1 is just like yeah, like that is a tricky thing with webcams, is like they mostly expect you to clamp them onto your monitor, and like the one that I have, luckily its weird clamp thing flattens out, so I just balance it on top of my monitor because I don't like a thing that clamps onto my screen. Not a fan. Okay, otherwise unremarkable, I guess. And actually, one of the things that I like about this, the current webcam that I have, as old and crappy as it is, and it is quite old, is that it has, it does have the thing where it's supposed to clamp onto a monitor, but it has a pivot, so you can adjust in all directions which way it's facing. The one that I got on my new setup, when it eventually happens, does not have that at all. It can only go like tilt up or down. And what I do have instead is I'm gonna mount it on a thing that lets me adjust it instead of clamping it onto a monitor, which I don't like doing anyway. Because like that's the thing. It's like I have a dual monitor setup that's like the monitors are set up like this, so if I had a webcam that just clamped on and could only point straight ahead, I'd have to like like, it just wouldn't work on either of these monitors. Like, it wouldn't point in the right direction. Yeah, that's pretty standard. One at you and one at the crafting surface. Get a GoPro and strap it to your face, and that'll be the webcam that points at the crafting surface. Yeah, the separating them and put your webcam between them at eye height. I kind of wanted to do that for my setup, but I'm not sure it's gonna work out with the size of the monitors and the size of the arms. It might be not enough, it might not be able to stretch out wide enough. We'll see. It's hard to, like, I have my plans, but it's hard to know for sure how it'll all fit together until, you know, assembly time. Now I've gotten used to how I look from above. What if I change it? I'm like, oh no! My face looks different than I'm used to seeing it. Yeah, always surprises. Ugh. Well, I hope whatever surprises come my way, I'll be able to manage them. Aww, thank you. Boy, these things seem to be resistant to teleporting. And like everything else, too. Well, Curse and Stop are still very low level. Well, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work, it's still leveling up. Her Blizzard leveled up, so Scourge next. Okay. Still haven't fought any Revenants, I don't think. Oh, wait, I was gonna group cast those. Works on something. I think things resistant to Scourge, I think. I swear Blizzard did more damage. Wow, this is really high grass. It's like chin. It's up to his chin. Oogies. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, it was pretty close, but looks like Furion's gonna get the other one too. Don't worry, Leela. I know you're doing great. All that grinding. Ooh, I think those were good. Hold on. Enhanced strength, yes. Okay, who gets those? Who's got the lowest strength? Yeah, that's another weird thing, is Maria's strength was lagging for the longest time, and now well, it's actually just below Guy's, but recently it was actually slightly above, and I'm like, I don't understand. I have not changed anything up. And the way that thing's level keeps just shifting wildly. Alright, who needs the gloves? Ooh, should kind of use those. Did I have so oh, Giant's Helm, that was it. I was like, I had something else that was Giant something. Alright. Is that, yeah. Maybe it's partly genetic. Yeah, I do kind of sometimes wonder if there's hidden stats. Well, I mean, I know I'm pretty sure there are some hidden stats, but I mean, some hidden stats that are influencing how quickly characters develop in different areas. Here we go. These are new. Excuse me. You know, I don't know how it is other places right now, but here we had, like, the day before the autumnal equinox, it was kind of hot, air conditioner weather, and then yesterday came around and the cool, crisp air came roaring in. It's actually... we might have to turn on the heat. We haven't yet, but the house temperature is dropping. Where are we? You've been digging it? Ooh, yellow souls. These are also new. Or is it yellow? Yeah, yellow. Probably fire, I guess. Like that, these seem to be some kind of fire elemental. Well, Scourge should be fine. Probably. Oh. What? Oh. Okay, that's, what the fuck? Everything heals it. Okay, maybe all magic heals it? It's absorbing everything. Okay. Note to self, don't practice magic spells on these things. Oh no. Okay. We're not doomed. Blizzard, actually, it might not absorb, but you know what? Attacking is fine. We'll just attack. Why is he... Oh, I accidentally forgot to move him up from the back row. Okay. That's fine. We'll do this after. I feel like I did, and I might have like double tapped and moved him from the back row to the front and then to the back again. Let's look the bestiary entry for those after I check this off. Oh yeah, the body and mind thing. I was never able to keep track of what's what in that thing. There's different status spells are grouped in as like body and mind, and I think there might be another one, and I don't know. Okay, so yellow soul absorbs lightning, ice. Okay, good thing I didn't bother trying ice. Fire, body, poison, death, mind, matter. Is that all of it? I think that might be all of it. Damn. Does the red soul absorb everything too? Yeah. I think on that one I just attacked. So, okay. This is good to know. What are we still missing? Over Chief. Gigantoad and Green Soul. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Okay, so I'm actually gonna attack for here too, because that Adamantoise is really good for leveling up physical attack, because its defense is so high. These are pretty high defense too, so... yeah. Excellent. Sword. Yep. And her staff. Yep. Oh, the other day, I saw a fox in the neighborhood. It was very brief, because it ran by very quickly, but I like foxes, they're beautiful. Foxy fox! It was actually, I happened to look out at the window at just the right time, because we had the windows open. I was like, ooh, oh, what's that smell? I think there's a skunk. So I looked out the window to see if I could see it, and I didn't see the skunk, but I saw a fox, and those two things might possibly have been related. Right. Curse. I know, right? I love them too. I remember there was that group of scientists trying to studying if Well, basically they were studying how domestication works, and they like were breeding foxes for see if they could be domesticated. And I was like, you know, I don't know if it's a great idea to domesticate more animals, but I kind of want to cuddle one of those foxes, though. He's so cute. Okay, teleport leveled. Good. What else? Curse and Stop are coming along. Her Scourge is about to level. I think I might keep Furion on teleport duties because I got Maria and Guy working on these to catch them up. I need more than one person on offensive spells right now. I would love to cuddle a fox too. Their tails must be so soft. Agility. Excellent. So that... Yeah, I think I will go back and loop back to fire for her. Just because, again, playing catch up here. Always rough when you get a new spell and you need them to catch up. Oh, physical attack time. I seem to recall that foxes make some scary sounds though, but I don't mind that much. Okay. Knight's armor. Ah, of course. It's fine. Oh, hey. Sweet. They're gonna level so much. They are so adorable. The area where I live is like, you know, it's suburby. It's not that far from like park area, but it's still uncommon to see something like a fox around here. Like, in the street, among the houses. It was a nice surprise. I see a lot of bunnies, though. Especially at night. And skunks, unfortunately. Well, I don't mind seeing skunks. They're cute. It's the smell that I'm not fond of, is all. Lots of leveling. Alright, let's see. Knife level, spear level, staff level. Everyone but Furion! Yeah! Ooh, another diamond shield. Those are good. I think... Okay, yeah, we could, you a diamond shield. So it's fairly well along on sword. Definitely leveled somewhat. So she got... Too bad I'm already playing a game. You're facing a classic puzzle of a type that you think I kind of hate but could probably solve. What kind of puzzle is it? Maybe I can multitask. Hold up. There. Too many wires. Got a bit tangled up here. Bow, axe, or unarmed. I just noticed the pattern. 7878 let's put him on bow. Put him on bow. Or axe. Go with axe. Oops. I don't have any fancy axes. The one where you have to slide a bunch of rectangular pieces around, each one only sliding horizontally and vertically, and trying to clear a path to get one particular tile out of a marked exit. Oh, I actually generally like those. It's mostly... I can see why you think I hate it because of the one in 11th hour, because... Here's the thing about that one, is I feel like if I had better controls and I could see a top-down view of it, I think I could have done it. The controls were bad, yes. Like, it was still a particularly hard one, don't get me wrong. I think it would have taken me a lot of time. But the fact that the controls were bad, it was hard to see where things were, and it was incredibly easy to accidentally reset the puzzle. It spoiled the whole thing for me. Right, I got a new armor. I got a what was it? Knight's armor. Armor given only to knights. Well, it's mine now, suckers. Who gets it? And then there was the one that was in the King's Quest game, which I didn't like hate exactly, but having it being a two-player thing where the AI would like, or not AI exactly, I think it was a set move set. The point is that you'd make a move and then she'd make a move, and it just threw me off. I'd prefer to just solve it by myself. Alright, I can't decide if I want to give it to Guy or Furion. I guess... I'll give it to Furion. Knight's armor. Ooh, that's a nice boost. You've been playing this super simple puzzle game while watching just to keep your brain from dwelling on stuff. And the slidey one wasn't hard, but your brain just wasn't getting it, so you clicked on a bunch of hints that made it miraculously easier. Yeah, sometimes it's not about just difficulty, like it can be where your mind's at, or just even how your brain works in general. Like these Dr. Brain games, there are puzzles that, hold on, concentrating so I don't overpour, that's, I know that Zella didn't have a hard time with, and I did, and then puzzles that Zella had a hard time with and that I was fine with. It's just different brains. Ooh, flame bow. Ah, sweet. I wanted a flame bow. The other two are just more of those, yeah, Sage's Wisdom and Saint's Spirit. Okay. Equipment, year-round bow. Woohoo! Yes. Sweet. Haha, I love it. Tea must have sloshed a little because there's like little droplets here. You can't wait for me to get to your favorite Time Warp puzzle? That was the last one, right? The shockwave or something? Right, I'm not doing magic this time. Leveling. Brainwaves. That was it. Getting close. I still have to try to beat Primordial Soup. I don't know if I can do it. He's almost leveled. Oh, her axe didn't level at all. Interesting. Sometimes they struggle. Ah, yes, Ogre Chiefs. We were looking for you. Oh, right. If I need to just feel kind of accomplished for a bit, try playing Road Trip Europe. It's really, really simple. Who's up for some Treasure Cove? I'm gonna play old children's games. Mixed Up Mother Goose, yeah. I once got soft locked and mixed up Mother Goose. I will never forget. Never forget. Never forgive. Are you talking about Mixed Up Mother Goose? Yeah. I've been to try it because of the Sierra Facebook group talking about it. The one thing I'll say is that the walking speed is punishingly slow. Maybe, like, have a book handy. But it's cute. I played the shit out of it when I was a kid. Ooh, another wing sword. 2 ice shields. Wow, that is a lot of drops. Nice. You're still baffled about the person who said that Phantasmagoria didn't strike them as being like a real Sierra adventure because it felt more like a graphical Infocom game. I unfortunately never played any Infocom games, so I can't really comment on that part, but not like a Sierra game? Come on. Of these. It's okay, I've learned my lesson. Although, oh no, the fire bow! Damn it! Okay, no, it's fine. Oh. What? Why didn't that heal it? I thought I was, like, doomed for sure. Huh. Maybe, I guess it's not like the later Final Fantasies, like 10 or whatever, where if you attack a fire thing with a fire elemental's weapon, it absorbs it. I forget which way I came. Oh, wait. Yes, it was this way. Well, I've been wanting to replay Phantasmagoria ever since I found out just how Phantasmagoria has much more branching path than a lot of other Sierra games. Notably, like one big difference is if whether or not you choose to get a certain item from the shop vastly changes the last chapter's chase scene, makes it much longer. I did watch a video just once I found out because I just had to see. But maybe one day I'll replay it, restream it. I don't know. I got kind of a lot on the to play list. Because when I played it, when I streamed it, I think, 2 years ago, I want to say? Anyway, when I streamed them, when I streamed it, rather, I did, like, no guides or anything, right? Actually, the ending I ended up a little bugged, and I kinda glitched through something, I don't know. The point is, I finished the game and I was like, yeah, I guess, like, you know, I saw more or less everything I had to offer. I was wrong. If I'd known alternate paths. If you didn't know I was already full up, you'd offer them a bunch of Infocom games to play. Well, maybe one day. I might. There is so much. How do people make so many games? I mean, I know the reason is because there are more people making games. I'm actually happy that the indie scene and, like, small developers are making so much stuff, and it's not just, it's not all AAA and all that. But there's so much stuff out there that I want to play, and, like, not even just the classical stuff that I never got a chance to play growing up. I'm like, just year by year, so much great stuff. Yeah, you already own many hundreds of games that you haven't played yet, and your wish list must be under games are so long, or so long now. Oh, I know! And then, like, when they go on sale, I'm like, ah, but it's on sale! And the solution is obvious. I obviously have to become a full-time streamer and stream all of them. I mean, in a way I kind of am full-time because this is my only or major income at this time. You started just deleting all the sale emails without reading them so you're not tempted. But I mean, like, the new Monkey Island game, I'm not gonna not get it. The, Colossal Cave 3D, which is coming out soon, I have to get that. Look, some of these are must-haves for me. Excuse me. Yeah, you can get it someday. The Monkey Island game, I don't think, is in danger of not making enough sales. People were pretty hyped about it. And, I haven't, like, sought out reviews or anything, but everyone on my, like, Twitter timeline who's played it has loved it, so it sounds like it's gonna do just fine. It's been funny seeing people on the Facebook CR group get hyped that Space Venture is at, and then watching all the comments. I feel like a little like sad about that one, just because like it's not one that I followed. I was not. I didn't know about the Kickstarter when it came out, and but. It just sounds like it went through a rough time, and I'm sorry that it didn't really work out, not just for the fans, but for the people making it, because I know they didn't set out to make a not great game. And I hope that's some of the bugs and stuff can get worked out. Like maybe it can still just needs a little more polish. What was I doing? Curse, thank you. Up and down. Up and down. You're not super invested in Space Quest, but you can see it being really sad for the fans. Yeah, I I look forward to when I do play Space Quest, but that was one of the ones that I didn't get a chance to play growing up. Well, sort of. I know that my dad borrowed the discs for the first Space Quest, so I have a vague memory of trying it, but I also have a vague memory of not being able to get past even the first section of the game. To be fair, I was very young, and I hear Space Quest is quite hard and unforgiving. But I look forward to trying it as an adult and needing to resort to a guide when I get stuck. You were less young and also couldn't get it off the ship, right? Well, you can look forward to watching me try one day. I don't know if I want to do that too soon. I've been playing a lot of like long series of late. Maybe I want to do a few other one-offs or short series for a bit. Right now, I've got like a lot for Modern Night coming up. I don't know yet what I'm gonna play once I finish Time Warp with Dr. Brain, but I got a couple weeks to decide, so we'll see. Get something? No, I guess not. I am going to take a bio break. Thank you, I will. Just this. I'm gonna run an ad break and I'll be back in a few. I'll turn off those pesky pre-rolls for a little while. See you soon. I'm back. I'm gonna do my half-assed stretch over here. Not because I don't want to do a proper stretch, because dress shirts are hard. Thank you. Excellent stretch, thank you. Bravo. Excuse me. My new shorter extension cord is going to take a little getting used to. At least it works, and even though it's not how I expected it from the description, it seems pretty sturdy. I'm hoping it's more durable than the last crap I got. I lost my tab. Where was I? There we go. Because the last ones I got were from what was it? It's a brand I see all the time, like when I'm looking up stuff on Amazon. It's actually No. Anchor I actually like, although it's spelled different, yeah. But unfortunately they don't seem to make audio extension cables. They make an aux cable, which I got from them and I quite liked, but not the U-Green. So I got U-Green before and absolutely dreadful. Like the flimsiest shit. I see, like, they sell a lot of them on Amazon. It always comes up. And, like I got them, like a braided cable, and I thought, you know, so it'd be more durable. And I got a 3-pack. The first one I got broke, I believe, within a month. The second one a bit longer, but also pretty quick. That one lasted a couple months. And the third one lasted a fair amount, at least a year. I can't remember, which is like a lot less than I'm used to by my standards. Like, I think a year is kind of shitty, but after the first two, I was like, wow, look at you go. But the worst part is, like, it didn't just break in that, like, oh no, the sound's cutting out. The second one that broke, it broke, so, like, physically, whatchamacallit, the part that actually goes into the The jack, thank you. Yeah, so the jack snapped, and I almost was not able to get it out of my phone. I was really pissed off about it. Like, that would have been a disaster. So this time I got a different brand. The thing is that Amazon is populated with a lot of crap. It's really hard to find something and be like, I would like this to be good quality kind of thing. And when I looked it up, I'm like, okay, what brands are not crap? That's all I want. I don't need, like, the kinds of stuff that is overpriced. I just need something that is not going to be shit. What brands are good? And, like, the kind of posts I would get are like, ah, poo, just, like, don't bother with that bullshit, just make your own. And I'm like, no. Damn audio files. I need useful advice. Ooh. Wait, no, hold on. I already had that, didn't I? Yes, yes it did. It just sounds fancy. You could make me a cable. You don't know if it'd be better quality though. Hard to say. I don't thank you so much for the follow who ate the squid. Welcome. So the brand I got this time was Ducabel. We'll see, I guess. When I looked it up, there at least seemed to be some people who thought it was decent. But if it doesn't snap, if the jack doesn't snap inside my phone, then it's already better than the Ugreens. That is such a low bar, I know. And like, the thing is that the reviews, they can be helpful, but on the other hand, a lot of people only write reviews when they get, like, a dud, and not when, like, they get one that's fine. So, I don't know, It seems that no matter which product you look up, there will be someone telling you about how flimsy it was. And I don't know if that's because everything that's being made now is crap, which is, I mean, it can't all be crap. Yeah. You just kind of have to go by, like, does it have a lot of people saying the same thing is crappy? Then maybe that's crappy. Feel like it could, especially because of the propensity these days for everything to be remarked product made by the same generic factory somewhere, right? I ran into that problem when I was trying to find a replacement controller for the PS2. They all seem to be essentially like what you were saying. They're all the same, it's just a different name slapped on the label. And everyone's complaining about it being flimsy. So what I ended up doing instead was I found an adapter that lets you connect a DualShock 4 controller to a PS2, and that works great. Since I already had one, the only thing that doesn't work great about it is it's supposed to be able to connect wirelessly, and I wasn't able to get that to work reliably, but I just get like a long USB cable and it works just fine. You like your 8-bit do controller? Is that like a universal type thing? Curse has almost caught up. Very good. Excuse me. It has modes you can put it into work with just about anything. Yours is specifically built to imitate the SNES controller, but they make more modern designs as well. That is cool. I personally always found like the PlayStation style controllers the most comfortable for my hands. Although looking at I haven't tried it, but the PS5 controller looks, it's looking like it's heading more towards the Xbox style. Obviously I'd have to hold it myself to know, but it's from the pictures it looks like it might not be as comfortable for me as the older ones. Not like it's gonna matter, because I don't think I'll ever have one. You like the PlayStation ones too? The Switch Pro controller is really nice despite the offset layout. I have not seen that. I've only seen like the default ones, which I found painful. I already have those, right? No, Monster Box. Ah, excellent. These were the other new thing I needed. Excellent color scheme. I'm going to assume they also absorb everything, so physical attacks. Although I have heard people using the separate Joy-Cons as like one in each hand, but using it as a single controller so that they don't have to have their hands like here, which that sounds kind of nice. The Pro Controller, yeah, Joy-Cons aren't amazing. The Pro Controller is really comfy though. It just has the same layout as the Xbox, where one thumbstick is in the PlayStation spot and the other thumbstick is off in the corner. I expected to hate that, but it's actually pretty okay. A friend of yours does that, it messes with your brain a bit. Yeah, I feel like the swapped layout would take some getting used to, but not necessarily bad. I don't know. I'd probably have to spend some time with it. I can't not groove to this. Hey Fruit Slice! Welcome to the stream. It's going alright. How's it going with you? How's your stream? Excuse me. Get a shout out, please. Yeah, thank you. Always on top of things. Celeste. Oh, that was a pretty game. Yeah, hardcore. Yeah, I enjoyed watching it because I'm like, that's something I will never play. Oh, it's alright, Fruit Slice. It's just good having you here. Like, I hear you though. I've gotten, like, raiding has become second nature to me, but what has, like, by the time I hit end of stream, I'm usually, like, done with being able to form sentences. Like, I love it, but it does take something, takes a lot out of me sometimes. Curse. Level 6. Silence and curse. Well, you know, I'm glad I could help. But I'm totally like, where I'm like, I'm doing... What was I saying? Right? Yeah, the same. It's work, you know? Can do silence first or go back to the damage spells. What else is it doing? So we're gonna stop. I could put, yeah, I'll put Maria on damage spells and move Leela to the not damage spells. Yeah. Yeah, that is what I do. Ooh. You only had to buy something from Eugene once. Luckily, yeah. How did yours work out, by the way? Squid. Is Squid okay? Fruit Slice, you're gonna try to 100% Celeste on stream? Godspeed. I believe in you. You only need to use it once to transfer files from an SD card. That's probably good. Well, it served its purpose is the important part. Hold on. Which way should I go first? Sorry, you didn't raid for a long time because you felt shy and weird about it, but it was like, if it wasn't like one of your friends. Yeah, I totally relate. Especially like sometimes I'll end up where like the only people I've got following are like bigger channels, and I'm just like, I'm just not comfortable raiding someone with triple-digit viewers. It feels weird. So sometimes I'll just be like, nope, no one's on. Hold on. This is, don't think this is the right way. I'm supposed to be going right now. Right, yeah. It's just sometimes people I know well are not on, and I want to like I enjoy like the idea of raiding, even if sometimes it feels like kind of awkward. Like I want to keep the party going. Yeah. Usually when my stream ends, I'm the only person that, you know, that's still going. That makes sense. I do tend to follow plenty of late night people, or rather people who are on when it's late night here. Because that is the times when I am awake. I remember when, yeah, I did that like extra long extra long stream, marathon stream that one time, and I ended in like the late morning. It was about noon actually. It was close to noon, I think. And I was like, nobody is on that I know, because I'm never awake during the morning. Why would I follow people who stream in the morning? Yeah, you've got 650 viewers and it's all like, you is rating with a party of 3! And you're like, oh, hi, exactly. Oh, it feels awkward. Alright, the guide here is, Am I? Yeah, I'm on the right floor. Okay. I think that bridge is gonna break, but... A little confused by what the directions are saying here. Yep, no, that's not what I meant. Magic. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's different, because you rated Roxy Folk the other day and like, I gotta go, I've been in this chair for 3 hours, and then you notice she's been streaming for like 10 hours at that point. Like, a lot of people do stream, like, all day, and if that's not something you're used to, then, like, that's gonna be, like, uncomfortable for it depends on the person. I'm a person who can stay sitting in a chair for a long time without it being a problem for me. Especially if I get, you know, I get in a little stretch when I go to the bathroom or something like that. But, sitting still is a skill that it's not for everyone. Yeah, she seems to be always streaming 10 to 12 hours these days. Yeah, you've done 8 and it wasn't too bad, but you could never do it every day. Yeah, for me, it's, like, it's the kind of thing that I'd probably enjoy at first, but it would probably, like, slowly wear me down. Just because, like, it's something that I do have a lot of fun with, but, it's... the amount of social interaction can be a lot for me. An introvert. Like, that marathon stream I mentioned, I actually had a lot of fun doing it. It was, and even when I stopped, it wasn't because I was tired, but because I'd hit, like, I finished an episode and I was like, you know, I've already went way longer than I had planned, so I should probably, like, cut it there. And but I went for 20 hours. It's one of the, like, I get, I don't know, like, kind of a momentum. I actually still have the video for it. I've been meaning to cut it and upload it to my YouTube channel. It's just, that one, it did have some muted audio. That was the thing I've mentioned a few times, the really annoying, muted audio. It muted it because of a police siren sound effect, and I will never let that go. The level of bullshit that someone uploaded an album of sound effects to the database, and it's just ding, Yeah, that was my, actually that was to celebrate becoming affiliate stream. So that was, it's gonna be 2 years ago, this October. You could do it for a charity stream someday. Yeah. I've thought of like charity streams and how like I might do one day. And I feel like if I was going to do one, I would want to play Treasure Cove. Raiders, thank you! Thank you so much, Joe, for the raid! Welcome, everybody! How was your stream? Can I get a shout out for that Joe Kid, please? Hi, Raiders! For anyone new, I'm Devon Maniac. I stream point-and-click adventure games and puzzle games and Final Fantasy on Fridays. I am currently playing through Final Fantasy II, so if you ever wanted to see the story without putting up with the grind, here you go. I do it all for you. It sounds funny when I say, can I get a shout out for that Joe Kid, please? It sounds like I can't remember his name. What was it? What was it? It's Joe's something. I did some more FF9 randomizer and it's still incredibly silly. Awesome. Excuse me. Have you had any like it's okay you can't remember your name most of the time either? Is that why you put it, you have to put the name in your handle or else you won't remember it. I'm gonna just save here because the directions here are kind of messed up, so I'm going to try going this way and see if that's what they mean. Did you get any like really awesome stuff early on? Sorry, you feel like you wouldn't benefit from playing a randomizer because you wouldn't remember that stuff was out of place? Yeah, it would have to be a game you already knew fairly well to get the most out of it, I think. You now know who's going to get comment on one of the late game summons. Unfortunately, that person is Aiko, so it's going to be a while. Well, yeah, you'll get there. How far... Ooh, more Giant's Gloves, sweet. How far, in are you? This is a defense thing, right? Okay. Thank you. Yes, definitely. Sweet. So that, yeah, now we got them closer to, you know, in the same range defense-wise. A game you knew fairly well is like the null set for me. Oh. So, well, because you don't replay games. Hmm. Yeah, that's... Well, not everyone does, you know. Some people like to broaden their horizons. Not me. No, I do. That's what my modern adventure game night is all about. Actually, the retro one too, because there's so much retro stuff that I never got a chance to do. Alright, let's try this and see if this is what they mean. You don't remember FF9 that well, but you feel like it's one of the easier games to randomize. It's been pretty forgiving so far. Yeah, the only one I've played around with the randomizer is 10 because I've played that one a lot. I got so pretty difficult configuration. It's not the worst. It's just things were arranged so that like the people with all the spells would like have no MP and stuff like that. Could have been worse. You're not a big re-experiencer. You don't tend to reread books or re-watch movies or TV shows unless you're doing so with someone else who hasn't seen them. Yeah, it's just a different way of experiencing things. I always, like, personally for me, it felt weird, but, like, I just got used to the idea that different people experience stuff differently than me, and that's fine. But I did kind of tease my parents about the fact that, like, they'd be like, oh, that was a great movie, I loved it. I'm gonna buy it and then never watch it again. Like, they were big buyers of movies, but not a rewatcher of them. They're for the shelf. That's you too? I love that movie. I must have the Blu-ray. 6 years later, it's still in the shrink wrap. Like, I tease a little, but, you know, if it's what makes you happy, I don't see anything wrong with it. And you have it there, so if you ever want to show someone an old favorite, it's there. Also, yes, physical media. I'm a diehard physical media fan. Fruit Slice, you don't rewatch movies, but your memory is so bad you'll watch the YouTube videos and play games more than once sometimes. Maybe the Black Mage is your healer? I like that. It's perfect. How do their limit breaks work with that then? Because, for example... Actually, it's been a while. I don't remember all of them. I remember that Steiner and Vivi would do, like, this combo thing. I came here to check something. I think this was it. Yeah, okay, so his teleport's actually almost up again. It's almost 7. 6. That's what I came to check. Sleep. Okay, so she actually leveled through sleep, so I should go on to move on to blind. I must have taken a wrong turn. I am really confused, because this is... What? Yeah, Magic Sword doesn't work since BB has no offensive magic at the moment, but Steiner also has a summon, so it doesn't really matter that much. Oh my god, yes. I am so confused about where I got lost. I hate getting lost. Yeah, that's the thing, being able to share them with other people. Yes. Of course, my parents didn't do that. They just hoarded it for the collection. Most of the time, my memory is fairly good for things I've seen, but this one time I experienced it. What you must all feel, or not one like you must all, but the people that I know who don't remember things and are like, I don't remember seeing this, because I watched this not long ago. I watched this YouTube video. It's hilarious. I scrolled down to like it and I was like, already liked. But I have no memory of this place. Blew my mind. And I was like, so this is what it's like. It's your whole life. Where do they expect this to go? I got to see how the other half lives. Did I just miss another path? Where is this path? Why is Furion's MP so much drained so much faster than everyone else's? Oh, I know why. Okay, never mind. It's because Maria and Guy were leveling spells from level 1, so they were using less MP. And Leela's spells are slightly lower level, so she's also using less MP. Okay. Sorted out. I didn't, like, lose it somewhere. Have it drained. Still, that does mean I'm gonna have to leave and rest at an inn at some point. Especially since I'm so lost. Might not be a bad idea to teleport out and start from the entrance. Ah, I thought that was gonna be it. I must have miscounted. Everyone adjust your chins. You love that Maria just teleports people away? Not my problem, goodbye. Ah, sweet. Leveling. That would be Furion. Maria has a warp spell as well, actually. Same basic thing, but instead of like a Star Trek style beam, it's like this purple swirl that comes in and makes them vanish. Fancy. Okay, so Furion's teleport leveled. Maria's Blizzard leveled. Scourge. So we do have one person on offense here. And still working on stop. Yes, okay. I guess I'll keep Furion on. I get the feeling I was supposed to somehow end up at on that other side of the bridge here. From the way that this is being described. Not sure how. I'm gonna try backtracking, but I might need to just port out and start over from the entrance. The party's fast little walk animation. I love these sprites, they're so cute. Way better than the Pixel remaster, in my opinion. Yeah, not a fan of those, they look so strange. Yeah. Like, I remember when I first heard that they were coming out, I was a little excited because I was like, first I assumed that they would have all the bonus stuff that was added in later releases, so like the bonus dungeons in Dawn of Souls, and then the bonus stuff in maybe the PSP versions, which are a little harder to get going these days if you don't have a PSP. Anyway, they didn't include any of that shit, and when I first saw the screenshots, my reaction was just like, whoa. Oh. Oh no. I was like, I'm not trying to be mean, but like, ooh. I mean, it is good that it's accessible. It's on Steam. It's very, like, anyone could just buy it and run it. You don't have to emulate it or get some old hardware or anything. So I like that in principle. It's just, it would have been so much better. I would even overlook the fact that I don't especially like the design choices in... I would overlook that if they had just added all the bonus stuff from later releases. I was disappointed that they didn't. But still, if you don't already have them, and you don't want to go through the hassle of emulating or getting old hardware or anything like that, I mean, it's better than nothing at all. I still think that like the base game is solid. I mean, not so much 2, but they're good enough games. They're still worth getting, in my opinion. Oh right, I did Blizzard already. Did I do Blizzard last time? I meant to do Scourge. Nowadays people are doing really cool things with AI upscaling these games. FFII has one that looks really good. I remember, there was because the official Steam release of Final Fantasy IX has those like the backgrounds didn't really work out because they didn't have the original files anymore, and so they're like the character models look pretty good and sharp, but against those like blurry backgrounds it looks not great. But apparently there's like a fan patch someone made. Excuse me. I saw some screenshots of it. Looks pretty good. So the FF8 one, is that a fan patch of the Steam game? Or is it, like a standalone thing? There's two really good upscaling mods for FF9. Yeah. I thought about it because I still have my PlayStation 1, and when eventually I managed to get this build done, I did get a capture card that'll be able to I'll be able to stream from the PlayStation 2, so I was like, I already have the original. Do I really want to buy the Steam one? And so far, I didn't buy it. I can always change my mind later, but I was like, eh. Square's got enough of my money. Squeenix. They already have a lot of my money. But the upscaling mods are really the only part of that make it a bit tempting for me. Yeah. There's also a classic menus mod that you use that is really nice. For 9? Cool. Yeah, I don't know about... Again, I didn't see 9, but some of the updates they've made to menus on some of their other Steam releases, I didn't love... Like, again... When the Pixel remasters, when they came out, and a lot of people complained about how like ugly the fonts were, and then people complained about those people complaining about something as silly as the fonts. But I'm like, you know, I wouldn't go as far as like getting pissed at the company for it. But I'm like, I look at the screenshots, I'm like, they're not wrong though. About the fonts. It makes it feel more like the original release. I will say that I didn't mind the updated menus in the 10 remaster. I thought they looked pretty good. Right? It's not worth getting mad about, but you agree the fonts were weird. Like, if you're noticing the font, they must be kind of bad. Yeah, I don't usually... I'm not, like a font nerd. I'm not good at, recognizing fonts or know that much about them, but... Yeah, when I saw the screenshots, I'm like, ooh. Oh no. The FF9 on Steam is a port of the mobile version, and you don't like the menus for that. It is. I feel like they did the same thing with another one or something, but yeah. The mobile version. When you go back and play the Apple II games that you're nostalgic about, that's one of the first things you notice. Oh my god, how did I ever read this? Where is this ding dang path? Oh, okay. I think I finally see what they meant. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. I might still have to leave and recharge my MP, but we can do this. We can find all of the treasure. Scourge. And is that not what our true mission is? Has anyone played the 3D remake of FF4? Is it worth playing if you've never played it? Well, sort of. I played a few minutes. Okay. I got the Final Fantasy 3 and 4 for the DS, so that's in 3D. I played 3, 100%ed it, and I liked it. I know the art style isn't to everyone's taste, and I do have a like kind of a preference towards the pixel art, but I thought that was still pretty cute. Perfectly fine art style. And I started 4 just long enough to see like the intro, and then like school happened and I never got to actually play it. It looked fine from what I saw. Let's see. I remember someone was talking about the difficulty, that Final Fantasy IV was rather difficult, and I think the DS version was easier. So if the one on Steam is based on the DS version, it might be easier. Yes, the actual 3, not 6. Exactly. You like the style, but you do really like pixel art more usually. Same. The one thing about 3 for the DS, which if you're getting the Steam one, this wouldn't be an issue, but they added a feature to take advantage of the DS's like Wi-Fi capability, and there's like this magnet thing, and you need to do it if you want to get like the best equipment and jobs and stuff. And that service is now shut down. So I actually got a device that lets me put in cheat codes just so I can get around that, so I can play 3 again, because otherwise, you know. So sucks to be you. Your game is no longer 100% percentable. Alright, blind done. Good work. Next. Okay, so this is, I think, the path they were talking about. Yeah, it sucked. I mean, it was annoying in the first place because, like, if you didn't know people who also had the game, you had to, like, go... I had to go on, like, forums and, like, find people that I could exchange friend codes with and stuff. It was a pain. Not really the kind of feature I like. The Scourge spell at this level, it looks like the monster is being attacked by a cloud of green tribbles. That's what killed Destiny for you. Like, you get that it's an MMO, so complaining about it is a bit out of your lane, but you were loving it as a single-player game, but you eventually hit a point where progressing requires you to do team events, and you're just like, okay, that's it for me. I get it, though, because even when I played MMOs, I really preferred soloing. I was like, I don't need to do raids. I'm just fine grinding, just in the field, farming mobs. You understand that playing with friends is fun, but not with randos. Too much pressure. Yes. Oh my god. I was never good at raids anyway. Too much sensory input. Like, smaller raids are fine, but once you get to, like, bigger and bigger bosses that require, like, huge teams, nah. Milo's warp seems ineffective. It's not that low level. Warp. Work on anyone. Yeah, that was part of what made Final Fantasy XIV not fun for me, is like, you have to do all these raids to do the story. And I'm just not good at them. And I always feel bad because I'm trying. I'm like, I'm not trying to be a shit healer, I promise. And yet... There we go. It's just Mithril gloves. Those suck. Boy, was that not worth it. There's another one. Maybe it'll be worth it. This is the path I've been trying to find. We did it! What's a Mithril mirror? A mirror with the same effect as wall. Oh, okay. Okay. Was it worth it? Nah, maybe not really, but it's treasure and I got it. It's mine. Alright, I'm gonna have to take another bio break. So I'm gonna run a little ad break and I'll be back in a few if I can disentangle myself. Okay. Or finally have to be up in the morning tomorrow. My condolences. Thank you for hanging out though, and have a good sleep. Okay, I will do. stretch. As was promised. Thank you. As was foretold, I have returned. Oh, so your new emotes? Oh, it's super cute. Oh, thank you. Oh, they're all very cute. Where was I? Yes. Okay, I remember. I think I actually got all the treasure here now, and now it's just boss that's left, but I'm kind of running low on MP, so I'm considering leaving. So I got... I mean, it's not going to be like a very difficult boss at my level, so maybe I can do just fine. I'll probably be fine. I agree. Artist did a wonderful job. What happens if you fail? I reload and leave. Where was I at? Ah, yes, that's what I wanted to check. Almost leveled. Her axe plateaued again. Flame bow, a little bit. Okay. Made a little bit of progress. No, if you die, you just die and get a game over. And again, I'm not going to die, it's more like Furion might run out of MP and then I won't be able to, like, cast spells with him. Its HP is much lower than mine. It's not a problem. Excuse me. I think... Let's see. We'll do a bit more of the plot like the boss and then going back to Castle Deist, but probably gonna wrap up soonish. This way. I was just scanning ahead in the guide a bit to see where a good stopping point would be. Because, if I push ahead just a wee bit, we're gonna get another new party member, and then I can spend the week grinding a bit with the new guy, instead of starting off next week with our low-level, crappy guy. I can't wait until I get the Osmos tome, and then I don't have to worry about this MP nonsense. I mean, technically I have an ether, but I only have one. I'm not wasting it on this. Just because I don't feel like leaving and coming back. Right? Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get tired of the victory jingle either. It is indeed perfect. Triple attack. Man, why is warp just completely failing? I don't think I've seen it work once. I'm gonna attack with him. Save the last few MP for the boss fight. Actually, maybe I'll attack with him then too. I bet it has good defense. What was I doing? Why do you do this to me, brain? Which thing was I leveling? Scourge, yes. Oh, it's stop leveled. Do I want to stop that? Go back to damage. Okay, so her damage spells are all 7 now. Excuse me. Guys, damage spells. Useless ass warp is coming along nicely. Alright. Okay. You go get him with your warp spell. Better luck next time. It's okay, Maria missed too. Must max their spell level. I wonder how many times you have to cast a spell to get it maxed, because it's gotta be a lot. Like the first few levels it doesn't take that much, but already at this level it's like dozens of casts per level. Alright, good night, Fruit Slice. Have a good sleep. Good night. Sleep tight. I took the cure already. Where was I on? Okay. Yes, warp is done. You can level something more useful, maybe. What's next for you? Well, not you. Silence. Yeah, Berserk is alright. Yep. Attack only. Oh wait, I wanted to do a heal. Miss. Thunder. Thunder. Thundergatso. But mostly just a thunder spell. Should be, okay. Oh, these look so bad. Hi. Chimera! Danger! Will Robinson. Okay. Oh, there's 4 of you. Alright. Looked like just one, but it's fine. Probably don't even really need to, but that's all I meant to do. Sorry, I looked away and didn't realize I had to select something else. Maybe I want to curse them? Curse you! Etc. They were standing next to each other in a perfect line, so the closest one hit the rest. Yes, of course. It kind of looks like he's giving me, like, the stink eye. Like, one of his eyes is like... Sleep. And it doesn't have any elemental weaknesses or absorbingnesses, so I guess I can do this, probably. Yeah, let's try that. Ooh, that actually worked on most of them. Very nice. Sweet, it hit, I think I hit everyone. Okay, not bad. Shell. I'm gonna do another curse to see if I can get that last guy. I think it stacks, but I'm not positive, so I'm gonna do a group cast. Ooh. Wow. One down. Alright, Furion is out of casts, but that is okay. He's got the wing sword. try curse again. I'm gonna keep trying with thunder. I'm on bow. Yeah. And you. Ooh, nice. One hit. Come on. Ah, why do you keep missing? It's fine. I don't need it. I just wanted it to work. It's as simple as that. Sure, why not? It's uncursed, so it doesn't do quite as much damage. Dang, that last guy is really resistant to curse. The life spring is awash with a soft light. Okay, so we're gonna have to come back here. This was mostly about getting treasure and getting all the... Oh, I should double check. Did I actually get all of the... I think I did. No, I didn't get Gigantoad. Stalactite got the Ogre Chief. Ooh, you can get more wing swords from those. Where's Stalactite got? Ogre Chief, yeah. And, I guess Revenant got. Yeah, cool. Gigantoad. Is that a rare one? I'll have to check. Well, we do have to come back here, so maybe I'll get it. I need to recharge my MP anyway. Excuse me. Green Soul I got. Everything but the Gigantoad. Okay. Let me just look that up real quick. Maybe it's a rare encounter. Gigantoad. Well, it doesn't look like it's rare. I guess I just kind of luck of the draw. I mean, the good news is this is not the only place we can encounter it, so if I don't encounter it now, it's not that big of a deal. Okay. Let's teleport out of here and rest at an inn. Excuse me. Right, warp. To warp out. Let's use her warp, I guess. just wondering. This might take longer than I had hoped. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to get to the point where I wanted to. We'll at least get to heal and then we'll see. Why doesn't Castle Diaz have an inn? What's up with that? Yeah, I think I'm gonna just have to accept that next time we're gonna get a new another character into our party fairly early into the stream. We're gonna be stuck with the guy with the terrible stats for a bit. It's fine. Honestly, like Fury and Maria and Guy don't really need a fourth character that much. It's fine. It's a nice bonus. Especially in the early game when you get Minwoo. Big help. But after that, eh. Like, I don't think any of the other characters bring that much to the party. Where's the nearest inn anyway? Yep, I keep doing that. Excuse me. I think I should be able to just loop back to here without having to... Like, there's no dock, but apparently I don't need one. killer fish. Oh, pretty much right there. Okay. Perfect. Oh wow, I made a lot of gil today. That'll make up for all that grinding I did. All that gil, why, that's enough gil to do more grinding. Excuse me. All right. Nice and recharged. Ending just in time. I'm starting to get a frog in my throat from all the talking. It's a circle of game life. Yes. You make gil so that you can spend it on getting more gil. Or spend it on leveling so that you can get more gil. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on the plot stuff until next time, so I'm not gonna go back to the castle just yet. That's where we'll start next time. And, let's see, is there anything else I want to wrap up with? Important. Nah. Pretty good. Doing fairly well on leveling spells. It's starting to really grind though. Once you get to like about 7, 8, it's you really feel how many times you have to cast it. It goes up to 16. Alright. So that's the stream today. We'll pick up more Final Fantasy 2. I almost said 10-2. With more Final Fantasy 2 next Friday. This Sunday we're gonna continue Time Warp with Dr. Brain. Should be able to finish the gridlock puzzle. And I forget which one's after gridlock. It's Space Shop, I think. So don't know what that's like yet. We'll see. The gridlock one's been pretty good so far. So finally we hit some puzzles that I actually enjoy. Maybe we'll get more of that. That'd be nice. Oh, and Tuesday, of course, we'll be starting Chapter 5 of Tales of Monkey Island. We are close to the end. Well, I feel like Chapter 5 will probably be a 2-stream event, most likely, but that means return soon. I haven't had a chance to raid him in forever. Okay. Oh yes, and of course, starting Sunday, new costume for the week. Retiring Guybrush. It's gonna be a reused one from previous years, but if you're new, then it'll be new to you. Costumes are fun even if you've worn them before. Alright, let's do... sorry, the raids. Yeah. No, this is not a good time for an eyelash. I think I got it. I think that was the one. Yeah, okay, we're good. Alright, so I'm rating the Firmament. He plays like retro stuff. He also does music streams. I think that's a separate channel. That one's Fermata. I think he yeah, those separate channels. But he's a pretty chill guy. Ow. He's playing Suikoden 2. I might have said that wrong. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining me tonight. I hope you have a good weekend, and I hope I see you around. Take care everyone. Bye!